and I'm recording it, and I'm streaming it. Okay, so I am almost done with the new implementation of an architecture that enables the core to be like a very small kernel, and then all of the code that's in the core, instead of being a big monolith, is now broken up into packages. So for database, you choose which database you want. You don't say like, okay, I need to have all of the code for Supabase in my like super lightweight agent package I want to run in my browser, right? That would make no sense. So this breaks out the adapters. Maybe we call them DB adapt. I don't know. They're adapters, right? And they basically adapt to different databases, and they're all different flavors of Postgres, or I mean, sorry, SQL right now, like Postgres, SQLite, Supabase, SQL.js. Then we also have the clients, and you can choose. You're probably going to choose one database adapter, but you could choose as many clients as you want to launch. Then we have the agent package, and that's the like front end agent that actually pulls everything in. So if you were to look at that mermaid chart, this would be like at the end of the mermaid chart, right? And I guess I could, if you want me to, I'll just do that. Code to prompts packages, and I can go. I don't know if it might not let me because it might be just too many lines of code just off the rip. Okay.
It's worth it.
Computer's gonna run pretty. Yeah, my internet's pretty slow right now. Doing a lot. Okay, well that'll eventually cook. So I have like these 4 clients, right? And you can import any or all of them into the agent. The agent now handles importing via like JSON, as it has been in the past. We have this kind of characters folder full of JSON characters, but we're also adding TypeScript importing. So you can have like a dynamic typed character, or you could like generate a character in your backend or whatever, and then create an agent with it. So it'll just like open up the kind of possibilities there. Yeah, Colin is going slow. Okay, so you can see that if the client types includes Discord, it'll start the Discord client. Pretty much everything is just changed a lot on the inside, but the actual running of the stuff is the same. The commands are the same. But you can see how this is all in this agent package now. So here's the kind of problem. Well, we have this like super lightweight core now. You can see that all the code in core is just like one folder. And this is pretty much the base kernel. You could build an entire agent from just this core package, right? If you're like, I just want to build an agent for my game, it's like a 2D game, I don't care about Twitter, you would just import this package and build off that. But if you wanted to add Twitter, then you'd be like, okay, well now I need like an agent that starts a Twitter client, injects the keys.
Well, people can make templates, can't they? So
yeah. So what I would do is all of these are going to be on npm as like AI16z/agent, or in this case Eliza, I think. AI16z or sorry, for core it's /Eliza, and then for everything else it's the name here you see. And then you just can like npm install those. And so you could just like build your own project and just import all these dependencies and keep like, and that's gonna, I think, be really important for security and customization and stuff. Like, oh, I only want these things, I want to install this into my game. It's kind of annoying to like fork our project, you know what I mean? So, so this is both like, it makes the package installation and all that easier, but there's kind of a downside, which is before you just like open one folder and everything is there. It's very simple. Now we've added a lot of packages, and I think that people are getting more used to monorepo architecture, but I still feel like there's a lot of concern that this is like, oh my god, there's so much going on here. And so a few things that are concerning to me are like, okay, well I've moved all of the default stuff, like default actions, default providers, and evaluators, into a plugin. And my reasoning is, well, like, you're only going to want the defaults like maybe 50% of the time if you're making a custom agent. So you probably just want to like do your own thing from scratch with like your own providers and your own stuff, and you're probably like going to look at those and like copy and paste them or maybe import them or whatever. So I'm just thinking like maybe we'll just make that the default for the agent, but it's its own plugin package, and then the core stays as one folder. Then same thing with this plugin node. I'm moving all of the services here. And this enables us to build Eliza into places like Internet Computer or in the browser, so like or in Cloudflare, by moving all the like Node Llama CPP and like Node.js dependencies and Playwright and all that stuff into a plugin. So so this will be like, okay, so I'm adding like a service registry pattern where it registers the services if you import this plugin, and then if you like try to upload a PDF, it'll be like, oh, cool, here's my PDF handler. But you could also build like a browser plugin, which we'll probably build, which could have like the same stuff. Like, okay, cool. Is there a browser PDF reader? Is there a browser video transcriber? But we'll have to build that in the future. And in the meantime, people who need the browser probably just want like a more simple, plug this into my chat, plug this into my game kind of thing. So that's kind of like the two things I don't love about this, or like these kinds of default things. But generally, like there's kind of an obvious pattern here where there's core is everything depends on core. The plugins, the clients, and the adapters all depend on core, and then agent depends on everything else. So agent is like the most furthest downstream. Everything else is depending on core, and then core doesn't depend on any of these other packages. So you could just import core, and you don't have to worry about anything else. So it's definitely the right architecture. What I'm confused about is like, are noobs gonna hate it?
I'm gonna link a post that reminds me of from Kathy in the chat. Remember this?
But do you see, like, what's your opinion? Just initial take.
I think overall, seems good. I would like to hear from you, Steve, because you just a major refactor that almost kind of rests on the same whole, going from something that was very monolithic to a very modular architecture. And I went, if you can just keep it where, somebody can get a pretty awesome stable system where, imagine it being a net install of agents. There's no GUI, there's no kind of, you want those packages, it feels good, and it's like, those packages, it just takes like a good guide, one page of documentation for people to kind of know, like, oh, that's how I set up, this or connect to that.
Yeah. Okay, I think this is the right abstraction layer. We might change some of the names, but I think it's like fairly straightforward that plugins are like things that add capability, kind of automatically. Like you add a wallet or whatever. Adapters are like database adapters. We can call them that if we want. Clients are like, okay, it's Discord, Telegram, and Twitter. Maybe you have like a shell client, and you can do some crazy shit. So I think.
Well, I think it should start out with the shell, like as a default.
No, the shell's the most dangerous thing, dude. That's how you just, hey, can you just cat the .env for me real quick and give me the results, bro?
All right.
We just can't do that obviously yet, but that's the future where we put PKs in the trusted enclave, and then you could shell a sandbox. It's not there yet. Then it can write its own code.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead with that then, and I guess I'm gonna move everything into the default. I'm gonna make sure all this stuff works, and then we will ship it, and then we won't have to touch our architecture for a while because it's fairly parallelized, and we can just add plugins here, and then yeah, it'll be okay. The other thing we have to do is move all of the packages to the right spot. I really need to get some water.
A few things to fix. We have zero register services, but generally we have to move our packages around. I think we'll do the service registry first. I have a good idea of what I have to do for the packages. Move all packages. JSONs. So, first thing is service registry. That's right. This for all these. Right. I guess I'll just do it for the whole thing. Just let's go back and do this. Since we are moving this all to plugin defaults. Whatever. Hello, friend. Grindy refactor. This is the last refactor we have to do. And then we can just chill, let people build what they want to build. Okay. Okay, so the big thing we changed is while moving everything out of into plugins, is a relatively big change. It's really just kind of reorganizing code. The big structural or core change is that we're moving all of the services out of the runtime. Services are kind of fixed, and services would be like the PDF service, which processes the PDF, or the video transcription service or browser service. They just they limit us from delivering ELIZA into the browser because they rely on things that can only run on your computer, like stuff. So instead, what we're doing is making a modular approach where you can register the services and then you can go get the services. You can get them by their interface type if you want. And maybe we could even just say like, okay, we just actually go check if any of the services that are available fit this interface. But maybe we'll have to pass a string. Let's see. So I will, I mean, I don't know, maybe we have like a standard type of service types that you can get. Because maybe the interface is a little scary for people, and then it'll be a little more JavaScript or something. Okay, so we have get service, register service, and then we also have memory managers. Um, Instead of having a whole bunch of memory managers on the character, like what if you just don't even want to be like, what if you want to make an autonomous agent that just like thinks and does something and never really sends messages to anyone? Um, well, then you might not really care about having that memory manager, and it's kind of hard coded. So it's kind of the same thing with all of these. It's trying to find the right level of abstraction. But I think that the lore manager and the fact manager, or maybe we'll keep these here. We'll just move the fact manager, which I think yeah, you can see we're already moving it. Um, and so instead, we'll use this register memory manager kind of thing. And we could also say like these are defaults, um, or maybe we say screw it. We're just going to move all of the memory managers to these. I mean, that's probably what we should do, right? Is say like, look, if you want the default agent, you get default agent, but um, if you want to find your own stuff, this might not be right for you. Or maybe we'll provide you with an array of stuff. You can get what you want if you want it for it. So I kind of like that approach. Just taking all of the managers and then moving them into our sort of plugin defaults. But we have to figure out how we're going to do that first. As you can see, we have the fact evaluator here. We'll see if that's what we want to do. Okay, so first let's just like get the services registered, and then we'll move the fact manager. If we like moving the fact manager, maybe we'll move the lore manager and the other managers. What I'm a little worried about is making it too abstract. Maybe it should be part of the model provider. Just gonna leave a note for myself later because we want to get rid of the image and model as well. And then you're just gonna have like what's the character, what are the providers, what are the actions, and somewhere down here, what are the evaluators? Ooh, I'm kind of concerned actually. It should be in here, you would think. Let's make sure that that is there. It's concerning. Okay, cool. So I just kind of mid refactor, moving this stuff around. Now we actually have to implement these things because they are not implemented. In order to implement them, we could probably just copy these into our agent runtime. You can see the managers. Let's do this. I'll just say implement all of these. It's real easy. I don't hate that. Services. Map and memory managers. Those are private. I don't really need them to be private though. I think it's just a little more noob friendly to let people hack them if they want to. If manager name does not exist on my manager, well, that's not going to work. Register memory manager. My managers don't have a name usually, so maybe we should make one. Or maybe we just get the table name. I think that's probably the best table name. Manager must have a table name. Then we will get their manager, same go. Cool. Okay. Management. I think that makes sense, right? We're just like, hey, set a map of services and then get the service, and maybe we'll have some sort of really fancy, oh, that service has already been registered. I think that seems fine. If the service is already registered, throw a warning. Right? I think that's probably something to do this. Sounds right. If the service has service, probably should do. We could also find the service by name, or like, get service. Seems fine. Yeah, seems fine. Okay. Register, and then get, and we should probably have some sort of if it's already been registered. So warnings. Do this. Good. If it has table name, then throw the error. Cool. And then we just get it by table name. And so the table names should be like memories or facts or whatever. And we can maybe have some typed table names. Get really fancy and have a generic that, um, we could dynamically type it based on what plugins are registered. But I'm going to leave that to somebody else. Okie doke. So we have the register, we have the get, register service, and get. Let's see. If it's null, we should say if it's null, log an error and return null. So if we get the service, if there is no instance, and then return it as the type that we're expecting. So you can say like get service, I video service, right? And then you can kind of type your deal. Nope. Go away. Okay. That seems like what we need. Now we have to actually go and register the services. So we need some sort of service registry pattern. And there's kind of two ways to do this. You can either like pass the runtime through your register function, and then it like adds the stuff to the runtime, or you can pass all of your services into the runtime, and then it goes through and calls some function on them, like register. So it's like which one is getting passed to the other. And functional approach would be to add service to runtime, probably, because then you're like passing your runtime object through and augmenting it. But I don't know, it's kind of ugly. I feel like it's nicer to pass services in, and then if I want to later, I could just call this register service. Or I could just create I could do both, right? So I can pass something in the constructor, like services, and that'll have a record. Um, mhm. And then we'll like somewhere down here, you can see we've got all these managers to do. Register fact manager. Maybe we'll managers. Oh, I can type. Record string fine. Annoying. I'll take that. I mean, I guess I can't really. I could make nah, it's just too much effort. Maybe we can make the inherit interface that has some sort of it's like service registry function. Um, that's a really good idea, actually. Let's see. So we want iVideo service um, here. Can we extend an interface? I think we can, and that's going to be export interface iService. And that's going to have a register function, which takes a runtime. So then you can figure out how you want to register your service on each service, if that makes sense. So you could have like a construct. Okay, that seems to make sense. And then I think we just have this like iService. There we go. Let me see. What we're doing here is we're basically inheriting from this iService, and then we're saying, okay, now everything else has to, I guess, I mean, we can even have it just output another iAgent runtime. So it's kind of like passing through like a chain. And then everything else has to extend this. And so it has to implement that runtime register function. That's like our goal. So can I get it to do this? Extends, oops, come on. Okay. And then we can just do that for all of these. And so we're gonna have to go through and modify our services, but now we have like we can just pass a list of services and it will do its thing. We could even make like a Llama plugin or whatever we want. Okay, cool. And this is also a way that we could do like completion providers. So we could have plugins for like, oh, I actually want Google. And then you just call like, okay, well, I'm going to register my Google completion service. But we haven't gotten there yet. I think that will probably be one of the final changes. Okay. So each of these services now implements iService. iService it requires all of them to implement register. So if they don't have this function, they're going to error. And that means that I know contractually that they have this register function. I just have to implement it in each of the services to basically be like, okay, now add this service by calling the register service. And I could do this the other way, and I could just say, just register the service, like, in the runtime. But I feel like by pulling this out of the runtime, and letting each service register itself, you're just gonna have a lot better control over the initialization of each service when you're adding new ones in your plugins and stuff. So a service is something like a browser. It's not really a tool, but it's like something that you're calling to get something back. Video transcription would be a service. Llama generation. These are like things we got to go call and get in. Has an input, has an output. Okay, so cool. So we've got the register get. Now we got to make sure that when we start our agent, we are going to. Okay, there's a couple of things. First, with the runtime, we should take all the services and then we should register them. And then we should go to the agent and we should pass in the services so we can see that they actually got registered. So if we go to the services, we'll do the same thing with manager. Oh, right. And we can also now change this to iService because we know, you see, that it implements this iService, and we can use that to say, okay, well, they definitely implement this register function, right? And if we want to, you can see that ops, we should probably, evaluators, we need to add services there. And we probably also want to add memory managers. Okay. Cool. Seems like the right thing. Okay, so now we need to go and we need to actually register the services. Oh, it's interesting. I wonder if we're using the documents manager. Yeah, that's in the knowledge stuff. Okay, we definitely need to um, fix knowledge. Could be a plugin or it could be moved to default. Cool. Okay. Get rid of some junk here that we cannot use. Um, knowledge provider. Okay. So below this, we're going to add the services. This dot C. Our serve for service in services. Storage your service. Hmm, just in case. Service in ops services. Let me think about this. We're registering the service. This is not what we want. We want service.register this. This seems right. Does not exist on a string. For const service. Sorry. Oops. Classic noob shit. Of type must have a symbol iterator. I thought it was a record. I don't know. Fix this. I'm a fucking noob. I don't know anything. Okay, that seems like a good way to do it. Just go through the entries and for each. Duh. Okay. You can see now we're just mapping down, and for each entry, we will register the service, and we have a service name and a service. I don't think we want a tuple like this, though. I think that um, I feel like we could just register it by the interface entirely, but maybe we have a service type. I think that's probably what we need. This is a little gross, but it'll get us through. Export type services service, and yeah, you can see that is definitely a thing that we can do. We want enum service type. I think that's what we want. And then we're going to say, okay, so each service must also have a service type. We can say iService. Remember we made that interface? And the interface can also have a service type. Which is that service type? So then we can make sure that when we register service, we are going from object.entries for each service register service. That this is going to be iService, of course. Parsing error. Did I fuck up? Must have fucked up. What did I do? This is obviously needs to be fixed. Register service. No, this is wrong. Object dot. I think it's just. It should just be an array. I don't understand what the problem is. Okay, this is what I want. I think that I just want an array of services, actually. Like, I see the problem. Rare. Probably just the same thing, just an array of managers. And then we can have a manager by table type. Okay, so for each does not exist on undefined or iService. Whoops. There we go. And then we want to register service, and we want to make sure that service is instance service type. It fucking should. I don't need that in this case, right? Let's see. Hold on. Let me think about this. Am I doing this kind of wrong? Well, I'll check if it has a service. If it doesn't have the service, I want to add the service, but I think I also want to run like some sort of initialize. So let's see. Services. That makes more sense. This dot service. No, I'm sorry. Into service dot register. Okay, I think this is what we want. There we go. And then we set the service type. We want to make sure that we have to implement this, and then we can say let's say service dot register. We're going to call it in the other place in the constructor, but we don't have to. See here. Instead, well, I guess okay. Actually, this is doing exactly what we want. So it's registering from this function, but then it's calling the internal service register if it has one. And so this way the service can like pre-warm or boot up or anything like that. Okey-doke. And that will add the service if you pass it in, and then you can also just call runtime.register service to add it. Now we have to make sure that we are passing in the right passing in the right services, and we'll probably have to fix all these errors. I think this is just because the interface is no longer matched by the it's gone. There's our map. I'm not. Are you gonna type this? How about format facts? Okay, so here's another problem, is that we need to, so for fact manager, and for other things, we're going to want to be able to register state. We want to be able to register state providers. Man, this is going to take like 6 hours. It's so fucking massive refactor. But we won't have to do it again. Where's Mark? Why isn't Mark traded? Cool. So yeah, we want to register state providers in plugins and move facts out of core. Then you can add your own custom context, which is one of the big missing pieces. Yeah. See, format lore is missing. The font is up with lore. Should be searching now. Okay, cool. Issue. Okay. So in the service registry, kind of commented out some fact stuff. Got to deal with the image model, a lot of things in the air. First thing we can do is just make sure that all of our services are registering. So let's see, we got plugin defaults and plugin node. So we're just going to pull all of our services now from node, and we'll make like a browser version of this later. But cool. So, what's the best way to do this? I mean, I guess we'll just make a plugin. We'll just add to the plugin sort of definition, and we will, yeah. Let's see, where is there not index.ts? I would go make sure that's all right. There's a lot to do. Okay, so here's our plugin definition for image generation. We can go to plugin to defaults, make a new index.ts. We can do that, and then this does not exist on type plugin. Okay, yeah, then we have to import plugin. Cool. Or slash types. Hopefully it works. Can't play yet. Anyway, so this will be the default. Um, default plugin with basic actions and evaluators. I don't love defaults, but whatever. Maybe we'll call it like Bootstrap or something. Okay, default, and we'll call this default plugin. Good. Now we want to import all of the providers, evaluators, and actions. Import. Continue. 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 Yes. See, it's probably continue action. Okay. Import. Go. Actions follow room. Action. Lucky names.
How long's this initialization take? Because like I did a npm run dev, right? It's
PNP runs
downloading
that.
the model, and I'm like stuck at receiving a response from local llama model, and it's just kind of like if I exit out, it's going to re-download the llama model.
Is it going to re-download the llama model?
If I control C right now,
It really shouldn't. And if it's already downloaded all the way,
yeah,
like that would be a
it
bug.
like doing like it feels like it's doing some testing where it's like
It
I'm
only
seeing like
re-downloads if it
prompts
doesn't
and max token.
work. Yeah.
Okay, I can file this as an issue.
Okay. Try and assign it to O1X. See if you can fix it. Okay. So let's see. I'm just adding all the boring crap. This is the boring part. Actions. It's also like not. Cursor's not giving me a lot of love because my internet was so slow. Ignore. Ignore action. Action. Okay. Good. Okay, we need evaluators. And for fact and goal. Okay. No caffeine. It's always a solution. So we're going to put the boredom provider, time provider. Those are kind of our default providers. Cool. Now we've moved everything into this plugin defaults, and that's inside this default plugin. And this should be pretty easy to register with the agent. I think we can just get rid of this. Maybe not. Maybe not that. That way we can get the that should provide us with like an index access. Should be fine. Okay, we go to the agent, and when we start our agent, well, we can. All we have to do here is just import the default plugin, and when we pass plugins somewhere near the runtime. Just get to here. No. Cool. That should just load. You could also do like default plugin dot actions, but that would be terrible. But you could do that. I mean, with the the default actions, I think we can just get rid of because it's going to load all of that. I don't even think we need this actions for plugins. I think this is close. What's going on here? You can get rid of those providers. You can probably get rid of this wallet provider, honestly, because if we're just passing in plugins, you don't really need to pass these in. I think we can get rid of these load custom actions now that we have this plugin interface, and it'll just be less garbage to deal with in the future. Load custom actions, load action configs. Love it, but okay. Trash the config path. Nope. Fascinating. Hmm. This is the wrong plugin. Oh, the burrito. Okay, I'm getting a burrito, and then we'll keep driving this really boring grind. Really do interesting stuff. Maybe dev support some people who are struggling. Hmm. Okay, let's see. So we got our default stuff kind of plugged in. We were going through and just making sure that our runtime actually registers it correctly. You can see we got some errors because the services aren't quite right, but that should be fixed pretty easily. Part of that is that we're getting rid of the fact manager, I guess. It's probably part of it. Hmm. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. Well, anyway, let's just press on, make sure that the CLI stuff here is kind of killed the agent. Database adapter is missing conversation line. Is it? Should be right. Oh, right. Services.
Yeah, when you get time, I just want to kind of go through the basics because a lot of stuff has changed, and I want to make sure that when I refer people to the docs that they actually work. I, for example, tried on my X machine with a 4090 and started to freak out in the chat. Um, just kind of the steps and I took recording. But do you want to start from just like a fresh repo and just see what happens? Do you think that maybe should just kind of wait until all these other things ship before I kind of do that? Hmm. Yeah. It already feels like there's a well, not too many indie users, more like technical crews. Um, okay. I just want to. Like, let me give you a example case study that'd be very useful. Um, say, non-technical person wants to contribute. I think other than kind of content, one really useful thing is like talking to, for example, AI Mark, and kind of like based on that feedback, adjusting the character file, the lore, and all that knowledge, you know. So, like, if there's a workflow where we can kind of iteratively test, get feedback, and tweak character files locally, that would be just the bare minimum. I think would be, you know, uh, something that we should make easy to set up and run.
Yo, yo, sorry, I've been in and out last few hours. Was there any I think I got up to when you were explaining the new class structure, which I liked. I don't know if there's anything else you want to talk about specifically. Um, no, good. Well, I don't have to go anywhere right now, so. Mhm. 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 Yeah. Mm. Unbottle. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was actually I was looking at that because all the FS whatnots. None of that's going to work in the browser. So like, um, hmm. I guess we could just pipe it into we could add like a kind of a remote SQLite string into it rather than it kind of running locally. If you wanted to do it in the browser, of course. As well as, but there's all the do the cache logs and ah do all the logs and everything, do they get sucked up into like context for the agent in the future, or they just kind of for reference? Okay, so it's really only the SQL that gets sucked up into like context. There's no like actual local files. Okay, cool. That's good. That's easy. That's easy. Yeah, sweet. Um, yeah, if you get this, I don't know what time it. I mean, have you been sleeping the last 2 days? I swear you've been on like 24/7. Uh, uh, it's all right. But if you get this like kind of, I don't know if I should jump into your rant right now because it's kind of pretty massive. But if you get this like pushed up into some branch before you knock off, I can have a crack tonight and migrate some more of the plugins out or something. Or whatever. Just tell me. Mm, mhm, 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 mhm. Maybe TypeScript server always dies. You'll have to reset it. With a with these mono repos, when you like rebuild and change set, the TypeScript server just dies frequently, so you have to reset it as well. If you notice some weird stuff, just, they can all be optional. Yeah. Well, except for I guess you don't. I guess they can all be optional. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. I think if the like with this whole new structure, I think these PR bots are going to be able to do some pretty nice stuff because everything's quite abstracted away. Like you could probably create an issue being like fix up something in a plugin, and it'll probably do it because it doesn't have to go through like fucking 100 files. Yeah, it really makes it tight. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if we can exactly, and that's the other thing. It's like create a and you just like maybe pass in like a docs page or something, or like another or yeah. uh, Well, I meant like the thing that you're building it for, right? It's like maybe you're building a service that integrates into an API, and you just point the model at the docs of that other API service, and it's like okay, create the plugin in this structure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's I mean, question. So I mean, this is what I've been thinking around, on-chain interactions, right? And so, every contract has a manifest or or an interface API. Actually, I'm not familiar what happens with Solana, but I mean, obviously in the EVM world, everything is an API, which is like the interface of the entire. There's no like JSON. As well, there's a JSON exposing all the entry points and everything. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so that's yeah, but that's what I mean. But like, if there's information in that API based, like it shows you the entry point along with like its parameters. Um, and so like with a game, for example, or a service, there might be like 10 different endpoints, and they all have different variables. And so like, do we create like a generic provider, and then allow the LLM just to execute based on the API, or do we have to define each function, each entry point as a function, and then get the LLM to choose that? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, do you define all the entry points, or can the LLM just execute any entry point based on just an API? I don't know if it can, because there has to be like some kind of can change it. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. As soon as we get this, like, yeah. Sorry. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think as soon as this gets up, let's get someone that, or let's just knock up a plugin page that just takes the JSON from the kind of directory and just creates like a search, like a website that has all the plugins possible. And then so whenever like a PI gets merged into it, it just pulls the next one, and it just becomes a big database of plugins we can choose from. And so it's like yeah. Yeah, cool. Well, yeah, just if you knock off before talking to me again, just push up a branch and I'll jump on it or something. Just send me some notes what you want me to tackle, wherever you get up to. I'll probably jump. Yeah, I'll probably jump on in a couple hours. But I'll have a crack. Just make it work. Just get it building and working, and then yeah, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, sweet. All right, man. Bye bye.
Okay, so we can probably simplify the iService actually. We don't need to call the register on it. We'll just add it. So when we say this register service, great. If it has the service, then we don't need to call this register at all. We'll just set the service. And then every service um, should have an instance and be like it should have the ability it should be a singleton basically. I think we don't have any way to enforce that, but we really want instances to, let's see, we want them to be singletons. So maybe what we do is we say, okay, well, server instance.get, um, that'll get the service. We can then get the instance from the service, or we could return the instance. I guess we'll just get the instance from the service, and that's whatever. Okay. So we don't have to call register on this. It's just going to happen. Let's just make sure that all of our services are singletons. So if you look in the image description service, we say, okay, well, it implements iService, and then the service type is image description. Great. And we can import, and we can see that um, image recognition. I don't really know what the difference is. I think we're just going to stay with image description for everything. I think that even is recognizing an image anymore if you can describe it. Service type, image description. Okay, so add that. And nice. Okay, so we just have to add a service type and grind through every one of our services. There aren't a whole lot. We should make sure that they all implement this get instance. It doesn't really matter since our refactor will work either way, but we do know that these are going to be um, singletons, which unfortunately TypeScript just doesn't enforce, like doesn't help us very much with interfaces. Although we could have them all inherit from another class, like a base class. Um, oh god, that's annoying though. Hmm, that's maybe something to do later. I'll make an issue for it. Inherit base class. We're gonna like try to things that need clean up but work okay. I think we need to make sure credentials not broken. Tweak cache, and then for credentials in DB, cache prompts in DB. Maybe would be nice. Okay. So let's have these services. Lava. Great. Also, let's get instance. Right. Cool. Great. I think it's another one. Social. Yeah. Generate. Description. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then we can say get service description, get instance. Annoying. We should have a service-based class. Okay. Okay, so there's our sort of service-based class, and we want to class constructor. Oops. Okay, so there's a service-based class, runtime, and video. Yeah. Also it's boring. Okay, that's right. Now we just gotta do that to the rest of them. I mean, do we want, we have this kind of service type thing, so we definitely want the service to be like a, make sure user implements service type. Okay, and then service. And I'll just redo this a little bit. Is that iService do service? Okay, so now we're registering service. Um, Same thing here. The extends, inherits, language. Right, what am I saying? Wrong language. Okay. And over here, we can just do the same thing. We'll just use the service base class instead of the iService interface, which lets us do things like have static. The only reason to do that is because we don't want to, we just don't have static. Like, okay, so this is going to be tricky. Can extend service as an interface. That's interesting. Never seen it before. Seems weirdly wrong. Right? Yeah, I've learned that before. ETS can interface extend a class? Yes. Wow, that is really fucking OP. Oh, but that's yeah, that's so OP. That's so sick. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, cool. Um, that's a really good TypeScript feature. So you can just extend that service. And that. Secure runtime. And for that. Oops, work. Okay, that. Service. Okay. Now this three. Service. Get instance is going to make a new copy of this. And then that is going to have the convert PDF to text. Okay. Seems simple. And service implements iSpeech service for the service type, and it just does what it does. You can see that this is a. You don't have to create an instance of it. Just gotta generate. You can only fuck. Well, I could extend event emitter. Do we need the event emitter for the transcription service? Okay, we got rid of the iService, replace these with services. I think we have, let's make sure that this one's all good. We want to get instance. Does not exist on the iTranscription service, but it does exist on the
Yo.
from Hal.
Raggy, what happened?
What?
What's going on?
I'm almost done with the refactor from Hal.
Oh, nice.
It's not too bad.
You've been heads down. Check the group. I don't know if you saw what I've been cooking up.
Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. So there's a person named DGenAI, and that's their wallet, and that is their
This is
trust
all
score
mock
and consensus
data.
score. Cool.
Yeah, this is all mock data. Yeah. Based on
Um,
the YAML schema that Malibu and I are proposing.
for the trust score, risk score, and consistency, are those like metrics that have actually been derived,
Yeah,
or is
so
it just
there
like
I'll drop you the let me drop you the proposed YAML. And then obviously this can be expanded on or
that's very
changed.
interesting.
And this is, I just like asked Venice to what quick, you know.
Um, how are we getting the risk score and consistency score? I'm just wondering what the math is that's different from the trust score, or is there some sort of aggregate? You know, we can figure it out, but that would be the question.
Yeah. I think there has to be some sort of calculation algorithm. I mean, otherwise we just don't get those yet. And we keep it super MVP.
I think that we should. Well, okay. So is that Wait. So that YAML is a schema that Malibu gave you, or that you gave Malibu?
I I proposed to Malibu because he's starting to build the back end now, like the
Okay.
Swagger responses and everything.
Well, I think that we just want the trust score, though, right? Like, we're probably just aggregating this all down to a score between like 0 and 1 to keep it simple. I don't think we're going to have other scores visible, at least, and the trust score will probably be an aggregate weighted score of the other key metrics that we have. But really, trust score is just going to be like a normalized value of how much money you made the thing in a kind of a real way, balanced, with some weighting against like you know, maybe maximum amounts for any given alpha or whatever. Um,
Okay.
I guess my thinking here is like, if they add their wallet, then we will have their wallet, but we probably won't have their wallet, right? We're only going to have their Discord login if they log in until they add their wallet as a setting,
Yeah. So
right?
he's creating. We're gonna create a new like login system where the Discord. You'll be able to connect your Discord and then connect your wallet to your Discord and like sign a memo on chain
Hmm.
that does that kind of passport link.
Great.
Um, and then that'll be your kind of account.
Great. Um, so probably we want the trust score to be above, and then have wallet information maybe like bottom, because we're only going to have that for some people. And generally, the trust score should work even if you don't have a wallet.
Mm.
Also, a lot of our traders do not want to to publicly broadcast their wallet next to their name, and so I'm kind of worried that it's just going to be like a sort of anti-pattern for people who are like, "This is cool, but I don't really want to dox myself or like hack my wallet to my thing." So I think everything here is cool, but I think that you probably just need the trust score, and I think that it's just going to be a lot of factors to optimize the other scores as well. And it's kind of just a leaderboard, right? So it's just like a single score would be ideal. Um, I like the performance metrics are really good. I think successful recommendations is going to be somewhat hard to measure, but It's a good idea. I think that's the right direction. If and then I don't really think we need to show net. Like I think that we want to not emphasize net worth or anything to do with money in our trust system, both because it will actually fare better outside of just our little Web3 ecosystem thing for like the bigger picture, and also because like we really want to not reward the people who have money. We want to reward the best traders, and they're doing degen shit that's not necessarily going to reflect their net worth. If that makes sense.
Okay, so just to recap, strike net worth. What the hell? Strike net worth,
Let's
balance,
just strike wallet as
assets,
mhm.
wallet info,
Let's make the
name,
rank
pictures,
bigger.
fine,
Yeah, just make like
rank
rank and trust score
bigger.
just big as fuck. So like you could just
Yeah,
merge those two things into one big block and just be like trust score, boom, like 85, sick. Score, rank, number 18. Ah, nice. Okay. And then maybe some metrics below. But yeah, I think we want to de-emphasize wallet here and pretty much just de-emphasize wallet in the app because the whole point is that we're building trust with people who we don't know. And we're going to apply this to DGen Spartan too. And that's going to, I mean, probably not with like a pub, I don't know, we'll see how we do it. But like, think about it. Like, he's just not going to know anyone's wallet. It was just PvP nonstop.
yeah.
Um, yeah, cool. So let's just try and keep it
Okay,
as
this
simple as
is
possible.
so like this.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we like the trust score. We like the score rank, the rank. We like the metrics.
Yeah.
And let's
Okay.
just cool, awesome. Dig it.
Yep.
Okay. Good business. Route people. Back to plugin, Liza. We'll just pull all that in. Okay. Mm,
Are we going to be able to print log of the recommendations?
Print log.
Like if I just start spamming Mark to shill, would it print a log per
Yeah,
user?
yeah, we're gonna have the entire recording of everything, or shell in the database.
Would we like if this was kind of like a blockchain explorer? Would you want to be able to view every line of the log like a transaction list
I mean, that's really
per
fucking
user?
interesting to see everybody's shells.
Yes.
Oh man, I don't know if are people gonna like that or hate it. That's the question. Like, does it make it more fun as a user?
I think it would make you more honest as a human
That's really
if
question. I
everybody could
mean,
see how you're treating the AI. Because if it was like buy my fucking coin, you fucking robot, or please look at being nice as opposed it's like the
mm.
shopping cart thesis. Like, can you trust this human if they treat the robot correctly? No.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that rewards psychopaths. Hey there, man. Like, how you doing? Listen, can you do something for me? You're so good at AI. You're just so talented. You know what I mean? Like,
You're just stroking its ego.
yeah, it's like, oh, I really like this. This is a very trustworthy human being. He must totally have my interests in his my best interest in mind. I'm sure I will do whatever he says. It's, like, I think that a question that I always ask myself with any system, it's like just friends and stuff. Like, how do you know who's a psychopath? And I don't know the fucking answer, but I think it's a very important question. Did I delete the logger?
Yeah.
So I think that that's what I have a solution to it. Very loud things happening there. I have a solution for this, which is that you always want to focus on if you want the incentives to be right, then you have to reward the right things, right? So if your goal is to make a game where everybody scores points, then you reward them for scoring points. Obviously, that's what points are. But what happens is like you might reward people for like holding coins, but actually that's an opposite incentive to trading well because traders do not give a shit about holding. They sell when the best time to sell is. You know what I mean? And holding is sort of a
Mhm.
belief that people who want to dump their bags into other people tell them, more or less. Um, there's obviously a collective will in holding, but that's just part of trading. And when you have like, oh, well, reward total days held, then you're just rewarding a bunch of shitty traders who round trip your coin. I should have sold the top.
Yeah.
And I would actually say that some of the best, most trustworthy people in the space might just pump and dump your coin over and over again because like ultimately that's just the best way to make money. And that would be a fair strategy for Mark, really. Um, and so I think that we should consider that as like we really want to not reward the bureaucratic incentives. And like, while it sounds good to reward like seniority and total days held and all these things, they're actually terrible incentives for building governments on. Like the only incentive that's good is merit. And identifying merit is going to be
Yeah.
the entire thing, right? Like, what is the merit in any given scenario or any given game? What are the actual points you score in any given game? And so in this game,
Well, in
it's how
this,
much money do you
I,
make? It could literally be reduced
I
to
was gonna
one
say it
number.
would be P&L.
Yeah. How much money you make me? You make me a lot of money. I trust you to make me money. I don't trust you to like do everything. I trust you in this, but I trust you to make me money, and therefore I will extend this trust to you. And then I will also say, like,
Check out
there's some reason why you're
check out this website,
okay.
GMGN.
What is
So I mean,
this?
this you can follow wallets that do really well,
Yeah.
or I guess do really bad as well. But like it shows you the total P and L.
Is there a P&L of like all time realized profit, unrealized profit,
Yeah, right in the middle. I think. Yeah, this guy's made like $4 million.
427,000 unrealized profit, total profit? Wow, this is fun. This is a leaderboard. It is. They just did it. They did the
Yeah,
leaderboard. Fucking sick. Okay,
yeah.
they know what is up. They definitely know what is up.
This is basically right. Like this is what.
Yeah, we're just doing a virtual version, so that you don't actually have to put money in.
Yeah.
You can. Okay. Let's see. We're going to confirm AI16Z on Sol. LP. Yep. Okay. Mm, get out some god rolls. Okay. These services registered. And we're gonna cook this. agency's happy. Sure, these guys are happy. Okay, we'll be fine. It's just freaking out. And this JSON needs to have this.
Sorry.
Hello.
So, what's going on? Almost done with this crazy
Oh
fucking
man, I'm
week
still
after.
stuck on this.
On what? Sorry. What were you saying?
No worries. It's just some docu-sourced nonsense
I see.
with the type whatever you're doing to auto-generate API documentation.
Yeah, it
Do you have
generates.
a
Oh
trick?
yeah.
I mean,
No, it throws errors, but it does generate those files anyway, and it just doesn't generate all of it. It like stops halfway through on each file.
I get issues with like 4. Anyways, I just cleared my cache. Hopefully that did something. Nope. Oh, so frustrating. What is up with these 4 files? Can you just like tell me, did something happen with these 4 files? Discord client, interaction client, Twitter post client, Twitter search client.
Did anything happen with them? I mean, small things probably. Uh, I don't know. Probably just small stuff. Crazy shit I'm doing. Permission model. You gotta make sure the services get registered. Default plugin should be called node plugin. Node plugin, and then we can import node plugin to our region. and then we services plugin dot services dot for each, and we should make this optional. Each provider, no, service, service. This dot register service, service. Actions, providers,
Damn, I never knew DocuSource had PDF builds. It's so cool.
What? You mean it'll print out PDFs?
Yeah.
Dude, I want version one in book. I want an O'Reilly book of version 1.0. That would be so good.
Yeah, that's
It's just
crazy. Once we get like huge context windows, we could churn out like O'Reilly books of all these projects. Like I made DocuSource sites for Janus, Hyperfy, now and Eliza. It's like, and then each of them can plug into the Eliza's knowledge.
mhm. This is actually not good. You're close.
I'm just gonna stream like trying to debug this Ducky source thing. I really want to try and move on from it, but it's like stuck.
Um, yeah, I mean, there's probably some docs. Yeah, I saw some stuff that's like it. You might want to just like simplify down the problem. Like maybe we could figure out is there some stupid fucking character that breaks it in one of the files? Probably. Is it not handling a certain kind of constructor, or is it like an ES build issue? Possibly. I don't know. Something stupid.
Yeah, Jen, I asked ChatGPT about it. If you want me to send you the full transcript of what it said, I just don't know how much of it is actually necessary.
Um, yeah, hold off on that for now. Let me try a thing.
You guys see Hawk Tour Girl got to 50 million market cap and then just rugged.
The actual person
I
just
think
rugged.
so. She was texting about, or she was tweeting about it, and then a coin comes out. She was tweeting about all her favorite meme coins and like, oh, maybe a Hawk Tool will come out, and then it got to 50 million market cap and just shelved, and it's at about
Wow.
400K.
I'm sure she had to make her money somehow. So why does anybody
Yeah,
still trust any influencers or celebrities at all, especially people who aren't crypto? I don't know,
wow.
but they do. Um,
On that note, I almost instinctively went and bought World Financial by Trump.
World Liberty Financial.
Like, yeah,
How's that doing? Is that
like
shit pumping?
instinctively went to the DApp, connected my wallet, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck am I doing?
I did. I wonder if it's. I wonder if it's any good.
it's
Genuinely curious.
a it's it's a soulbound token. You can't transfer it.
What? What?
Um,
What do you do with it?
you vote on you you vote.
So is it worth anything? If you can't sell it, what do you do?
They in the terms are like you're buying this. You'll probably never be able to move it or sell it, and if you can, it's only going to be after 12 months.
Wow.
So they try to like reduce as much like liability as humanly possible from themselves.
Wow. That's pretty
Yeah.
nuts. Like, that's legitimately nuts. I just don't
I mean,
understand
for a
how
lending platform.
what's the oh, okay. So you're buying their token, but they're actually doing like a lending deal.
Yeah, they're gonna create the the US stable coin lending market.
I see.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. Let's see, we're very close. Sharing summary. Llama service. Runtime.llama service. Should be runtime.get service. Text generation service. Service text generation. Get embedding response. Register services. Nope. Service registry should be done. Runtime transcription service. Make sure the agent default imports it. Plugins. Add plugin. Does import it. All of that is cooking. Working okay. See service. Okay. Image model is Fox. Okay, so these are the two big boys. We gotta fix image model, move fact manager, register memory managers and plugin. Um, register state providers. Yeah. Involve packages, credentials. Seems all right. Super painful. And the image generation model provider. Creepy. Who's that?
Um,
Okay, so do we have to do something about this fucking image gen model stuff? Probably. It's trash. Damn it. I think what we want to do is we actually want to move just add an image field to our model providers so that we don't have to do this. This is great. So we can just say like for together, which is along a cloud. Um, we're gonna do model class dot image. Yeah, Ena number. Nice. And then we'll add it here. And we can do the same thing with our good friend OpenAI. Class image. Image and model, look at model. Timeout settings, provider. Runtime. Token. Token. Mega setting to the API key. Listen. I don't know why it's not calling it model, but we definitely want to get model from because it's not built. Source. Image gen model. Instead, what we want is runtime mode character equals. This should probably be like some sort of runtime.generate image thing. I feel like image generation is almost question of instead of putting a whole bunch of image generation from the runtime, we probably want to add model providers dynamically. So I think that we probably want to just add that to plugins and then abstract that. That's probably the last thing. inputs. Right now in the core, in the generation, we import all of these SDKs. We probably want is like each sort of provider to, like each model provider could be a separate plugin or just like package. And then you could have a bunch of customization in each provider. It's really easy to add a new one. Jen, are you around? I have a question for you. You might have tuned me out. Check out all these model providers in the runtime. What I can do is I can have these register to like, from plugins basically. So instead of having the model providers all be in the runtime and all these packages, we would have the model providers be in, well, I mean, we could have like a default model providers, or we could just have like have it separate, or we could entirely just have like a package per model provider. So if you're like, oh, I want Olama, then there's like a, model provider for package for Olama, or whatever you want to call it, model dash Olama, model dash OpenAI. You know what I mean? Or we just have one folder with all of them. But it kind of sucks that they're all on the runtime. And if it was more like a registered architecture, where we just switch between providers by finding the provider by name after they've been registered, which is kind of how we're doing everything else. You know what I mean? We can get rid of all this ugly ass code, and this could be like, oh yeah, you want to work on a new provider? Well, just copy and paste the other one and change it a little bit, and then you don't have to import all this other stuff into your agent. I think that again, it's like this is going to make it a much better package. I worry it's making it more complex, but it's not that much more complex. Just wondering if we should make one package. Yeah. Yeah, I think I know what to do. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make the plugin have a model provider field, and the model provider field, or model service, whatever, model service. It has model provider name. Instead of providing the model provider name, we'll actually provide the entire model provider. So we will, right now we're providing this. I think we'll actually just feed in the entire freaking actual model provider. So what we'll do, just keep this obvious. You can go back to tuning me out probably. I'm just gonna keep talking to myself to make this go fast. And pretend that I'm streaming and explain what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm gonna rename the model provider name just so that we're not confused. And then I'm going to try and actually make a model provider thing be like part of the plugin. And then we're going to try and inject it. And we'll probably like try to remove this. Or I think we probably still want model provider name type. But I think we're going to want to change how I think we can just instantiate the actual model provider data here instead of the switch. So model provider. Model. Okay. So the provider. These be like be a reducer pattern where it just register is provider. Let's have a train text. Model provider. It might be, I don't know, it's go train text, generate image. Um, dead. And then we just want to like add the right model provider. Train text. Generate image to exist. The throne here is this needs to do Which parts? The it's not particularly useful. The yeah, I mean, but it's nice to have it auto generated. Hmm? It could be though. Well, I agree. But if we can fill it out, it will get scraped by the models. Yeah, that's self-documenting. Yeah, of course. Cool. Great. Could use some like beautification as well. I think they would just look kind of ugly. The from the BGen shit that I had before. Fave icons. Yeah. There should be like at least 3 waifus on every page. Otherwise, it's not gonna. I don't think we have nearly enough waifus, to be honest. They're gonna try and cancel us. We're gonna be like, nah, lady. I know, right? Can you imagine? It's gonna be wild. What does Milady mean to you? Oh, I don't know where to start. It's gonna be an interesting court case. Yeah, we're almost there. I'm just doing every crazy fucking thing at once, which is of course gonna break everything. But whatever. We're almost there. Okay, so I have this new abstraction for the model provider. Um, I can generate text, generate image, and embed. Hmm. wondering if I should combine this with the I'm going. Mhm. Weird. Yeah. I don't know. That's so weird. Yeah. I hear some weird bullshit. There's actually a 1.0 command. Kind of cool. I like that. Tools. That's super annoying. guess we just use the. Hmm. 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 Pause. Weird. Annoying. So, this seems right. I don't want to. No, we'll do this later. I understand, but I think that this is gonna be like a whole other effort. So I'm gonna undo this and save it. Make a GitHub issue. Code. Adding what? Adding what? Adding what? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So check this out. So the TS doc is actually looking at the like TS doc is those comments that define the inputs and outputs, and it's helped by the fact that the inputs and outputs of any function are typed, but it really should have the comments above it, and like comments for what every single input output on every function do, and that will actually help it to export the right outputs as well. Like it could be that's why it's erroring. If you like look at runtime, right, and you see like every function there is pretty well commented, and like it has a function, it has like a comment header, and it'd be great if the entire code base was really, really deeply commented because that actually is what gets pulled out into the Docusaurus, and it would actually be pretty rich and good if every function had a comments, and you could and the code. Yeah, so the code should just be maximally readable, right? I mean, can we like get some fucking college students or something to just go through and make sure that it's like everything is super readable and well commented and cleaned up? Because it's time consuming, but it would be great just scripting Claude to do it on every file. You know, I have a script somewhere. It's like do it to every file, fucker. You know, do it. It should work almost everywhere. Um, okay, so I'm gonna put this into an issue and we're gonna save it for another day. Cause it's too fucking time consuming. Trying to, but it's a lot of work. So we're just gonna leave the model providers for now. And we're just gonna delete the image and model check. It's weird. because the get model doesn't return the same thing as the get image model. Get image model do steps and submodel. Seems good. Share image independent. Okay, well, let's see what we broke. We broke 50 things. Our free URL is not existent data. Yeah. Yeah. Weird, but no, that makes no sense. So we need to make sure that all the things have dependencies so that they're not just floating. Eliza 16c slash actor dash postgres dash what? Client correct. Client Discord. Slack. Um, Login. Chat. Node. Login solve. Okay. But I just don't trust that. I feel like there's some issues here. What to believe. There should be a lot of broken shit. Nothing scarier than when it works. You're expecting failure. So you got Somebody shilled a pump coin in our GitHub issues. Sick, dude. You fucking made it. And they just totally, like, clearly rugged immediately. Like, sick. Fucking brilliant. Okay. Truly brilliant. Yeah. Yeah. That's very funny. Somebody sent me an Evolve token, and I sent it to the DAO because I was like, "This is gonna. I don't want to deal with it." I just send like all the weird tokens to the DAO because it kind of like creates this bizarre basket. People send the DAO tokens. People send my wallet tokens. I'm just like, I don't want this shit. Let's see. Which chat? This one? Oh, yeah, this is pretty cool. Man, these numbers are old. I can't believe P. Marker got fucking suspended. Yeah. Um, also, we crossed 4,000 members, I think, in the Discord. Um, yeah. How much money are we trying to raise? How much money do you want? Like, just, yeah, can they just give us, hey, if they want to give us a safe, they just gotta know that we're like still incorporating and, what, 250K check, 500K check, something like that? Small check? Or do they want to go big check? 50K? Okay, so it's like 50K check? Cool. That'd be great. Then if we're giving them like a lower cap, that's totally fine because Not a huge, you know, it's like it's the money just to get started and build and pay people. It's not a huge equity loss, even if it blows up. I don't think you can go wrong. Yeah, I just don't. Everyone wants to shit on it, but like I think we're in like a Trumpian world, man. Like just more waifus. Fuck it, you know, just meme harder. I've literally watched, you know, people meme their way to. I've watched someone meme their way to the presidency, but also like, you know, you can start movements just by shit posting now. It's pretty cool. You know, shit post your way to the next TSMC or something. All right, we're almost there. Almost there. I have kicked all this shit down the hill. Moved, you know, changed the model provider. The last annoying thing is moving the fact manager and registering the memory managers and registering state providers. This is like the last, oh, big painful fucking thing. And moving all packages. Work. Okay, but if I do all that, then we just gotta make sure our we're going to cache or saving. We need some sort of credentials manager. Oh, no, that's, I mean, yes, that's great, but I mean in the bot. Like, the problem is that we store like cookies and stuff so that we don't have to log in every time, like session cookies, but we're storing them in JSON and that's not going to work if we want to move to other types of like stuff, obviously. It's very Node.js oriented. It won't work in the browser or elsewhere. And I'm actually trying to unify this with a game engine thing that I'm cooking on for Small World so that it's just one project. That's part of why I'm doing so much of this. Yeah, then Eliza's in video games and shit. Huge. Yeah, cool. Let's do it. And basically, it's just like, you know, we've got we're building a movement. We need to build a startup to leverage that. You're leading that with some other super cool dudes who are super financially invested in this and have also done a lot to show that they know what the fuck they're doing. And let's fucking go. We got to go fast to catch the moment. There's a whole lot of competition, but we're kind of out ahead with like a lot of goodwill and a lot of people helping. So yeah, just give us a check now so that we can pay the devs to go really fast. And yeah, let's go. You know, just like Stripe Atlas this shit right now and give people some equity and be founded. Sounds good. Later. Okay. New tab coming. Hello. Let's see. Oh God. Okay. I have done so much. I'm pretty much gotten through all the painful refactor, and now I'm just at the point where I have to figure out why nothing works. Um, no, it almost all works, but almost. It's doing some funky shit. Open hands? No. No, is it good? I've used them. Hmm. Oh, it's Open Devon, and they turned it into Open Hands. And right. It's open source Devon. Seems cool. I liked, I loved the UX of Devon, but it never gave me anything that worked. I was just like, God damn it. I just don't like Sonnet. I want to like Sonnet, but it doesn't give me solutions to my problems. It's pretty smart, but man, Opus is so good. I love Opus. I'm addicted to Opus. I have two Claude accounts because I max out Opus. Although lately Cursor has been getting so good that I don't even have to do it too much. I've been coding a lot more. I think this is also more interesting coding than coding I was doing before, so yep. Exactly, we just have to get it to the point where it's like everything is pretty clean, and because of shallow abstractions, it should just be able to knock it out. Yeah. Um, so dumb question, but I think other than these like no input files things, I think we're in good shape. And I'll post this. It still got some build issues, but we're pretty much like, dude, I just I've been doing this all day. I just did this for 8 hours straight. I think I had a couple bathroom breaks and lunch. Okay, so we're gonna say everything is moved mostly, but still some build package issues. We're gonna push it. Okay, so and then I'm just gonna figure out, well, why doesn't it work? What's not working? No input files. Try TS up. DTS. Is it like that? It's probably Suvase. Oh, I think I'll make some small fixes and then we'll be in good shape. I don't understand what the input files thing is. Oh, hmm. down. Um, whoa. Oh, friends. sense. Mm. Sweet. These two problems. An agent. Okay. A few things to fix in the agent. Okay. Okay. Orias. Time. Yeah, Cursor's super fucking good, dude. Unbelievably good. I just don't even use most of it. Mm-hmm. Bingo. Let's try this again. See if we can fix that motion. Oh, it's probably killing the lock. Almost done with this part. We can work on the next thing. I need more caffeine. I wish you could just like vape coffee. I'm surprised nobody's on that yet. Okay, reinstalling everything. Next order of business is going to be move all packages, I guess. Okay, right. Let's see. I start moving the fact manager. I'm just trying to make sure that everything builds. Annoying limitation. Yuck. Got the build. We're so close. Two more weird numbers. You're out of Claude? The fuck? Are you using my key? Sick. Okay. We are so close. We just gotta fix the agent stuff, and then everything seems to build. Taste victory. Yeah, dude. Maybe there's it forward. Mm-hmm. Of course. Yeah, yeah. That's part of the plan. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I just want to move fast, and well, I think everyone should just feel like they can kind of just do what they think is best and just make shit happen. If it's like, maybe some toe stepping on, but if you want to handle shit, I can do more shit your way too. Um, so I think that's right. Why do we have two starts? I wonder if, because we're not building, we're also not watching. Very close. Like a PR. Very, very, very fucking large PR. Only. I like auto compounded, but I've been pulling it out to then buy more AI16Z and Vision AI, which is why we have a bunch of AI16Z now. Yeah, I like both, but I think that if it was automatic, we'd probably make more money and it'd be a lot more fair vibes. So like overall, I think if it was just auto compounding, it would really feel like, okay, cool, this is like the DAO making money for the DAO instead of me having to go pull it out, buy, send it back to the DAO. It's kind of stupid, you know. It's not a great setup. Okay, Telegram, Discord, Twitter, Direct. So some crazy. Maybe this will work. Hmm. Oh, I understand. What builds? Why doesn't it start? And it's Java found. Yeah. Hmm. That's why though. Probably agents. So friends. Running through bullshit. Mm. Right. Very close. Something's broken. Don't know what. Can you tell me? So like, what does that mean? fucking weird. It's really weird that it crashes like that. I hate this. I hate that I don't know where the errors are coming from. And then Hmm. Grind. Very close, but there's just something that doesn't want to. Something doesn't want to give. Throwing time itself. It do be like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely paying tech debt before it gets worse. Um, and if we only have to do this once, it'll make it like very easy to extend, build your own agents from scratch, build in your own folder, build your own repo and import packages, all that shit. Which I think a lot of people will want in the long run. Just like it basically is LangChain now, right? Like we've basically built LangChain, but with way less abstraction bullshit and a working agent. Yeah, they raised it on a bunch of hype. Didn't even have a good agent. He did. I mean, for some reason, there's just a couple of weird things that crash, which is killing me. I don't build websites because why is a core source doesn't exist? Of course. Sick. I'm gonna move back to the provider to start supporting the trading stuff. I'm gonna hand this to Loaf as a PR and just list the things that are missing. I think he'll be able to work on it while we kind of push the Mark stuff along, and then I can kind of revisit the end. Some issues, rebuild docs.
fix this. We should probably make these current. Service registry is fun. Oh, but we're really close. We actually almost have everything. I just gotta do service registry, memory managers. Oh my god, this is so fucking boring. This is probably the most boring day of coding I've had since we started the project. I paid the tech debt. I just have to do these things. Even need state providers. it simply 3. Want to clean these things up. There's a lot to do. Okay, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Oh, is it possible? It's kind of late now. I need caffeine and food. Maybe I will order it. No. I'm gonna go get food and provisions and I will come back. But because I have to leave I have to take my phone with me, which is kind of streaming, it's probably going to kill my connection. But then I will come back and I'll finish service registration and we'll move the fact manager to a plugin, which is kind of something we should have been doing. And I'll move all packages. Of course, my package JSONs. And we'll just fix some small stuff with where we're storing files, models. Okay, still a lot to do, but